Good morning, everyone. We'll start off with our pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Father, we thank you again for the opportunity to come together and meet with commissioners, we work with the county, we pray that you give us wisdom and guidance as we make decisions. We pray, God, you watch over the workers that are doing work for the county, and that you would pour your blessings out on the county.
Good morning, everyone. I've reviewed the minutes from last week and make a motion that we approve them. Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
I've reviewed the claims. I make a motion that we approve them in the amount of $314,772.34.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. We pay the bills in that amount. All in favor? Aye. Got anything else, David?
I don't know if the sheriff's going to be here or not. He sent his numbers out if you want to take a look at them.
Yeah, you got them?
There's copies.
Total prisoners 14. Total prisoners in 14, or 19, I'm sorry. Total prisoners 19. Total prisoners in 14. And total farmed out is 5. $226 911 calls. Anything else?
That's all I've got for now, anyway.
Hey, Mar, come on.
Good morning, Commissioners. John had a family emergency. He wasn't going to be able to be here today. These are our numbers. As you can see on the numbers list, we had a really busy week. 34 page outs with 24 transports. You can see that the west side got a little bit busy in Centerville and Blue Mountain. We've had quite a few helicopter transports that went pretty well. The new supervisor has been expediting his orientation. He just came off of 72 this morning. He's going to be off for a day, and he's going to come back with the next supervisor for a 48 tomorrow at Wednesday, trying to get that expedited. Our backup truck is still in use in the FEMA hurricane response. And today we're going to really concentrate on getting PMs done on the other trucks that we have here, because they're all down to like 500 miles due for an oil change and all that stuff. So, but that's pretty much all I have.
Okay.
I talked to the guy who took Jackie's place.
Sean.
Yeah. The crew called me yesterday and said, "Hey, I'm not sure if that garage that's being built is going to be big enough or tall enough," but he gave me the dimensions. He said it's going to be 12 foot tall, so it'll fit a big box. That's the name on, so that should be good.
We're good.
And he told me all about the construction that's going on. It sounds like it's going to be really nice, and we appreciate it. So thank you.
You're welcome.
I think they're setting trusses on that today.
Yeah, it looked like they've been working on it pretty good.
Called them about a lift.
I did have a couple of emails from Tisha this morning, one that's going to need some action if you want to go ahead and get into that.
Yeah, go ahead.
She sent one on the maintenance service on the, I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
COVID thing,
CEFI,
COVID tester.
COVID testing, and she's attached a copy of their quote for that. It's $4,470 for the annual maintenance.
And it's
apparently we're going to need that if we're going to continue doing testing
And it's reimbursable through
through a grant.
a grant.
So she's looking for approval to pay that bill if that's
Okay.
agreeable.
What's the discussion?
The way I read that was it's not due till November 25th. Is that the first date? It's just,
Yeah. If she has to have it in now or not, or she just wants to take
Yeah,
it.
it says the start date is 11/25.
I expect she tried to get it wrapped up before she.
Yeah, which at this point, we're, middle of September. If you approve it, it's going to be another week or two before we get it out. So we're looking at roughly into September if we put it in right now. But just, I
That's
mean,
for that machine. I didn't get to read the email. I saw it came through, but I didn't get to read it. Is it the machine? That,
Yeah, it's,
yeah, it's the testing
they have to
equipment.
be.
the way I understand it, what we've used, I think 250 tests or something, in the year and a half, and just, I would like to wait a little while, see it personally, just to see where we're headed with the health department.
What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Okay. We'll just table it. I'll talk to her.
And I asked her about COVID numbers and she said she would have Robin email, but I haven't seen anything on that yet.
Okay. Anything else?
I think I'm good for now again.
I got a replacement for Tate West, who's resigned from planning and zoning. I introduce you to Paul Porter. He's my nominee for to replace that vacancy, and he lives out on 1095s. So I would like to have him replace Tate West. So that's my motion to approve him.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. You're the
How
guilty.
many more openings do we have? I mean,
I don't. I just had that one. Do you have any?
I don't
I
think,
think I have one.
You do have.
I thought we had a couple openings. at
You
one
ain't got
time.
it filled yet?
You got it filled
You want me to fill it?
No.
I got somebody. Thanks, Paul. I guess we gotta go get Sean, or we'll sit here in silence.
Didn't recommend to follow you.
That's all right. I shaved and sheared my head.
You look a little bit.
So,
Poor Sean, he's gonna come up and talk, but both of you, maybe one of you can answer this. If a business opens under an LLC, they have to file with the state of Kansas and keep it active. So if we have a business that dissolves itself, is there anything the county should be doing that we're not doing now? And they're still in business.
We don't regulate.
I know we don't regulate it, but we don't care if they're what corporation or anything like that.
We don't have any say or control of that, I don't think, unless.
Are you talking like they work for the county? Like a
No, no.
Or just in general?
Just sitting out there in the county somewhere? No, it's nothing that falls under our purview.
Does any of the other counties do that? Or should they? Should
They
we?
don't unless they have some kind of a business, registration requirement.
Okay.
We don't.
Which we don't.
I don't know if any Kansas county do.
Okay.
Find that back east someplace.
Okay, all right, good, good enough. Just wanted to know. Go ahead.
Sean West, Public Works Administrator. I have a burial permit from Peoples Telecom for 2300 Road, and this is going to be, looks to be just west of 10752 on 2300. The plan is to bore And if that's not available, they're going to cut through and rebury the roadway.
Is that Harry's?
I'm sorry.
Who looked over it?
I'm the only one that's been able to review this one so far.
Got the check and everything?
Yep.
Do we just make a motion for Rick to sign it? Or did we just sign it?
We all sign these.
Maybe I'll make a contingent on the review. Sometimes they see something about it.
Is that Mike's district or?
Yeah. I think so.
Yes. Sorry, I'm grabbing it.
7 Highway.
Or so. Okay. That's over the,
I left.
that would be Mike's and
Did you have something else, Sean?
Yeah.
I'll make a motion that we tentatively approve the road bore for telecommunications at 2307 Highway. Permit number BP 2021-06. Contingent on approval from Mike Nation and his district.
So I have Mike look over it.
Yep.
You get a second?
I'll second.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next thing I have is a bridge inspection. We're required every 2 years on most of our bridges to have them inspected. 2 are required
Too.
annually
Didn't we just go over this?
for,
Is it like 21 bridges or something? Is that the same?
No.
Something different?
no. This is all through the county. It's 197 off-system bridges. And as I said, 2 are scheduled annually. And I'm just requesting, Gary's looked over the request for proposal, and I'm just requesting to go out to bid for these services.
Is this something where, I think it was you or somebody came to us here a while back and said if it's over, if the bridge or if the creek's below or, less than 7 foot away from the road or something, that's something.
That was our bridges. There were 2, the ones that you're talking about, that were underwater inspections or qualified for that terminology, that they needed a special type of inspector due to the surface water and having to go look at embutments and things below that water line.
This is just something we have to do every 2 years, and they look at all the bridges except the critical ones, which they have to look at every.
We're just asking for a bid then on to do all this work.
You'll take that out to their road engineering.
Is this what Pepperton, did they do the engineering on this?
Give them-
No, well, they did,
Yeah.
I think they have that, but they may not either, because there may be some conflicts, but it'll go out to a number of engineering firms.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. We have to do it, so I mean,
Do we need any motions on this?
Yeah, you need a motion to put this out for a request for proposal.
is that your motion, Danny?
Yeah, that's my motion.
I'll second it.
Been moving second, all in favor? Aye.
Next thing is, we've got
Hey,
a.
while we're on bridges, what's going on up at Hell's Bend? Is that bridge?
Hell's Bend, I'm currently trying to work with the state to find out where we're at in that process, to find out what our next step is, because as I'm learning, the process had been initiated. Some issues as far as who may have been involved in that process occurred, and then we may have put it out for bid and had to pull those bids back, and we may have to start that process over. This thing's running up against a timeline. Peppercorn would not originally
Anything about that?
do it.
John came over, talked about that last week. He's gonna get me copies of the, paperwork.
I'm in contact last week with Hugh at the state, and I'm going to speak to him this week and try to get that resolved, because Peppercorn was unable to do it because it crosses a railroad,
Right.
and they didn't have the engineering expertise to complete the design project. As I said, several steps were taken that then may have been moved back because people were involved that probably shouldn't have been. And now I'm trying to find out from the state what our timelines are and what our next step should be, because although this lets out or bids out next year, the design process and the rest of this process is going to be very lengthy. So we're coming up against time crunch to get this bridge, as far as the design phase of it, get an engineer on board.
Yeah, what we're needing now is to get bids for the design. Jackie took some bids, but then he contacted them and told them we're pulling back those bids because there was a problem with the price.
That is what I'm being told. I do not have any firsthand knowledge of
And that's why
most of that.
paperwork, so we can verify just what exactly did.
So we don't know what the problem is, and I mean,
I know, man, I don't think.
The only email that I have that relates to any issues is that Peppercorn, although they were unable to do the project because of the design concerns, they may have been a part of the process of trying to set up the bid proposals, and the state, in one email, cautioned them about being involved in that part of the process simply because they would not then be considered for later engineering concerns in the project. So there was an issue with them being involved or assisting us in that bid process, and then later being a bidder in the project. So that's what I've been able to find out so far. Hopefully I'll get the rest of the information, be able to come to you next week and say, this is the direction we should take, because we've got to get that project moving.
Strange.
What about Xena Road Bridge, that old historic bridge? You didn't hear anything on that?
Yes, we had movement on that last week. I was contacted by the feds on it. They are going to come out, and we are scheduled for November, I believe, the first week in November, to do a boring project, to do soil samples and things around that. They are currently in the process of trying to hold accountable the people that put the wing walls in there in the first place. But they're also wanting to meet with us first thing in November, do a site survey of the bridge, and then come up with a plan about who should share and what responsibilities for the repair of this.
So you want the wing walls to remain?
I just want the bridge to be fixed. I mean, that's, and I'm
I-
gonna touch it as a.
I went last week to look at it after being contacted about the boring project and a future meeting, and took some photographs of it. I can print them off and bring them in, but I don't know what it looked like before, but the wing wall has sagged to the point that at the edge of the bridge, there's a hole. It's probably large enough to fit a couple of basketballs all the way through that.
Have we done
front.
something to try to patch it for now?
We are in a discussion with them about the possibility, Harry's going to look at it, the possibility of plating it. But currently what we've done is we've blocked off the roadway going to it. We've shut down the road. I'm not sure. Someone with a little more expertise is going to have to tell me plating it's going to cover up the hole, but that does nothing for that wing wall that
Oh, I'm
is
sure it does,
collapsed.
but I mean, if you get the road back open,
Well, there ain't nothing back there besides Fed line. I mean, there's nothing.
There's no
Nobody
traffic.
should be back there anyway. It's all federal property back
There,
Was
yeah,
it one way in, one way out deal, or?
there. Yeah, it's an old historic bridge that, they've done work on prior, and then that happened, and we were contemplating going there and doing something about it, and then we kind of stopped and got.
So the game, fish, wildlife, fishing game, or any of those don't go back in there? Any federal?
I doubt, I mean, I don't think they can they right now?
not right now.
So that's kind of.
And they were the ones that, when we started this process, that said, why don't we just close it off?
Okay, all right. If they're okay with it then.
But we will have, like I said, they are in the process of trying to get the information to not only start the project, but to look at the funding mechanisms for that project. And I'll have more in November to talk
It's
about
just
that.
kind of in their hand, right? I mean, they're the ones.
Currently, we agreed to be there and to be a part of the discussion and find out what would be needed if there would be any in-kind labor or anything needed for the project, but that's all very distant in the discussions.
Sean, I'd ask you another wing wall bridge over there between Robertson Road and Showalter. There's a bridge there. It's got the sides on it. And maybe
It's got the metal,
the concrete. And I asked you about having those removed. We talked about it a couple times.
That's what I was talking about on that bridge inspection. If that was a good time to go around and see if, because what is it? What, the description on it? Like if it's over a certain height, it doesn't have to be there or something. What is it?
Depth.
From water to the top of the.
That's what I was stating. I might have confused you.
Hey, if you haven't looked at it, could you look into that bridge and I'll get you the road. I can't think of it.
it's north of 152.
Yeah.
Yes, I
Road to the right.
yes. I went back and looked at it and we've done a temporary patch repair with a sign in there as well, but I haven't got an answer.
I just want to know if there's some shorter guardrails they can put in across, take the concrete off so they could actually get equipment across, and what's the tonnage that they can get across there.
Well,
Yeah, you can barely get a car. Well, you can get a truck through it, but I mean, that's what it was for back years.
yes, it's a very narrow bridge. Yes, I went and looked at it, but as part of these inspections, some of those issues will be brought up. I do not have an answer as to what we can do to repair those, other than after talking to the engineers, that's probably something that we would be best repairing rather than contracting, because it's going to be vastly more expensive. So
there was an article, resident brought this up to me. There was an article in the paper 2 or 3 weeks ago. Kevin from KDOT, do you know that guy, that individual?
no.
He's talking about there was a funded project that they're getting ready to work on 69 Highway. And do you know anything about 69 Highway and some road project through Linn County?
No, I do not.
Okay. So I'll get with you after this. Just remind me.
Okay.
We get in touch with him, try to get an answer. Okay.
I've got a operator that I need to move, Johnny Taylor, from 7A to 8H, which would be moving him to 152484, because he completed his CDL.
You may have any objections to that?
No.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. We increase the individual's, what's his name?
Johnny Taylor.
Johnny Taylor, to that amount. All in favor? Aye.
And then we've got a water leak that Harry's looking at the south shop. Apparently, we went up considerably, over double in the water bill that was caught by the clerk's office. So he's got everything shut down there, and they're trying to locate, apparently, an old noxious weed building used to be down there. And they think maybe it's possible that we're pushing water that direction. So Harry's had the locates done and should be starting today, tomorrow, in the digging process and figuring out what we need to do to get that water leak stopped.
And speaking of spraying, is your guy out spraying today?
Spraying.
Noxious weeds?
I
Somebody spraying noxious weeds on Vale Road, and I didn't know if it was the individual
No, but I do have one individual that's went and tested, taken two of the state tests, and I'm waiting within the next 5 days. I should have an answer as to where he's at as far as passing those tests.
Okay. Nice truck. It's got equipped with the big sprayers on it, and they're spraying along the Vale Road. And that's the road that's on the west side of 69 Highway. And they're spraying it. It would be on the county. It's a county road. I just, didn't know who was up there spraying. I didn't know if the farmer had equipment like that or not. Maybe he was spraying it, but they were spraying the fence line all the way down. So,
It would have had to have been a contractor of some type.
okay. Do we have any contractor spraying?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
All districts going back to crack seal this coming week. And we had a request for debris assistance that we put off from last week to get some more answers for. Aside from that, I needed 15 minutes for personnel.
What questions you got? None?
None.
You're happy?
I'm happy.
That's a first.
I don't have any today.
We're off easy then. Hey, if you could look at that KDOT project. Kevin's his name.
Okay.
See if you got any connections in there in his book. And there is a book with the phone numbers.
Okay.
And find out if you can find out anything about 69 Highway.
I will look into it.
And hey, there's a closing at 152 and 7th Highway.
Yes.
And that announcement, I saw it on Facebook, is closing, they're closing it down for a few hours this week.
I believe it may even be today or tomorrow. That
Yeah,
it's
I think
supposed
it's
to close
tomorrow,
down.
Tuesday.
Yes.
And that project, what are they doing there?
I don't know if that's the beginning of our project. I couldn't tell you. I saw it myself, traveling out that way to go to Parker, and I cannot answer that one.
Okay.
So,
Oh, yeah.
thank you.
What'd you need, 15 minutes for personnel? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Harding, you gonna talk?
No, actually, I'm here for the same thing. I'd like to request maybe a 10-minute, now discuss hiring.
What you need today, Gary?
Couple of odds and ends if you want them now. We've had a request by the law enforcement, I think it's the highway patrol, to put a stop sign at the intersection of Nickel Road and Highway 7. Nickel Road is a street that goes past the west side of the grade school and then curves around the ballpark and hits Highway 7 up there. Picture where I'm talking about?
At the top of it, it goes past the ball fields up the hill, kind of.
Well, it's not really up the hill. Ed Wilson lives up on the hill, and it's across between Ed's house
Yeah, I think yeah.
and the ball field.
Yeah, I know you're done that.
And apparently there's no stop sign there at that intersection. And in order to put one, we have to have a resolution. Did we get a resolution number?
That's number 26.
And so I prepared a resolution for, did I send the copy of this to you, David?
I did, and I have one here with where I've got the number typed in. I need to print it out, but we can use it.
Okay.
Can we print one?
So he'll print one for you to actually sign, but it just, indicates that to enhance public safety, stop sign is replaced, on Nickel Road, where it intersects Highway 7, to stop traffic entering Highway 7 to Nickel Road.
Any discussion about that?
I don't know where it's at.
Okay, so I'll make a motion. We pass resolution 2021-26. A resolution authorizing the installation of a stop sign on Nickel Road in Linn County, Kansas.
I'll second it.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
While we're talking about that, there's been a few wrecks out here on, I think it's the Thomas Road, the old 69 Thomas, and 52, right before the racetrack.
Oh,
I've had a few people, contact me about that and see what we had to do about maybe putting flashing lights on top of that. We have rumble strips, but here recently there was a semi that ran through there and it
Going north, south.
yeah, going north and south, and he just wiped a truck out, and or truck wiped him out. But luckily no one was killed or anything. But I've had a few residents over in that area reach out to me and ask me if what we could do about putting like a flashing light, like they have it there at Casey's in Pleasanton, at that 4-way.
Well, let's see what the MUTCD says about what we could do there. There were rumble strips there. I guess we took them up when we refurbished it.
No, they're still there. They're there. But I mean, if you're in a semi, and they're pretty.
We'll have to talk to, Kevin and see what's allowed in the MUTCD. If it's a manual that governs what we could put up in that very big section. Thomas Road at 52.
Yeah.
Anything else?
The contract on the roof that you approved last week, we just need a signature on that. The contract was for 63.5 or 63.50.
Yeah.
Terry, do you need this resolution?
Did we already have a motion on it?
It needs to be published once.
We don't need anything. We already approved it, right?
You already approved it, we just need a signature on it.
What do you need, David?
Let me look and see what else I've got. Probably a couple of minutes in the personnel. Just
You need like 5?
5 is more than enough for what I need.
5's never worked out for any of us. Okay, so we'll go with Mr. Harding first. We're going to go in total of 30 minutes in executive session for personnel, 15 minutes with Sean West, 5 minutes with David Lamb, 10 minutes with Burton Harding. So that's my motion. Moving second, all in favor? Aye. You get to go first. So there's no action from our executive sessions. Did you have something else?
Yes. A few weeks back, we discussed a purchase for a trailer for the purpose of hauling whistles in the north shop. I'd asked for a 20-foot dovetail
Right.
so that they could pull those around. I was asked to look into several different types of trailers and the possibility of used trailer. What we originally requested was 9635 for a new one from a local vendor. I was able to find one with a dealer that is a 25-foot dovetail with loading ramps out of Oklahoma for $57.50.
Same trailer, I mean, basically.
It's got the 3 loading ramps. It's, as opposed to the pipe trailer that would only be a one-trick pony, this would be able to move equipment and other things, and it is considerably less than what we discussed.
Are the axles and everything the same, or do you know?
I'm sorry.
Axle?
Axle's comparable to the other trailer, yes.
Right on Purple Wave?
It was listed on Craigslist and it's being sold by a dealer in Wagner.
No, you're not getting.
I need dual anyway.
Well-
Actual dual.
What's the discussion? What are we doing?
Quite a bit cheaper.
What was that, the first one you brought?
96, I want to say 9635.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I have no problem with it.
I don't have a problem with it, I don't guess, if it's in good shape. I mean, as far as who's looking at it.
Mike will be going after it.
And we really need this.
This is part of the equipment when you met with them that you told them to get with a plan for the next 3 to 5 years, and Mike had this on his list for a need for his shop in the near future. And Harry had I want to say a 5-6 foot straight bucket to clean culverts out for the track hoe, things that would speed their work up immediately before we got to that 3 to 5 year plan.
Right now, we're using a dump truck with a equipment trailer to haul those, right?
Correct.
What else can they haul with this? I mean, do they got other things?
Skid steer and the other skid steer.
And we're going to
is what-
share it amongst the two districts.
My understanding is Harry has
Harry
a
already
trailer
has one.
like this
Why?
already.
Why? If we already have one, why do we need two?
Again, I can't give all of that, but my understanding is Mike's concern was pre-laying those culverts and getting those things set up so the projects stay on track. And then
This is why we went from 3 to 2. And here's a piece of equipment that's not used every day. And I doubt that they put culverts in every day. And I guess I missed the point that Harry already had one.
Yeah, I didn't understand.
So it's not really Harry's, it belongs to
it's the counties.
districts.
So they could probably utilize it, they just scheduled a little better.
We're scheduled around it, we could get by with one, I would think, but
I
Yeah, I
mean,
wasn't here.
everybody doesn't go and put, you agree.
I would,
Like Harry woke up and says, okay, on Tuesday, and he says, Tuesday, we're gonna go do these culverts.
I would agree, but I don't know what their schedules are, and when they give me the information and say this is what I need, as you would, I would originally challenge it and say, is it a necessity or something that is slowing down the performance or timeline? And take their information and drive on with it from there, because they're the actual foreman and they can tell me more over what they need and what's slowing down the job site.
Scheduling wise, I believe we could schedule around it and use the one.
Yeah, with, I wasn't aware that Harry already had one like that. I mean, I think that if they just, I mean, it's not like you call for a culvert and get it that day anyway. I mean, if they're, I think that if Harry has one, I think we could try to schedule around it and utilize it between the two shops.
Okay.
Tell them to work it out, sounds like.
I'll,
All right,
That's fine with me, I think.
mission accomplished. Saved $5,700. I feel good. Don't give this to him now. He probably wants that. Roger, I want you to stand up and come on up here and introduce yourself.
Mike's been called. I'm still waiting on Harry for the earlier appointment.
Okay.
What about Al?
Al is out today with a
We can't do it anyway then.
doctor's appointment with a family.
Okay.
Has he been spoke to about it?
Yes.
What, does somebody know his outlook on it?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, does somebody understand
Good.
his outlook on it? What's going on with it?
I believe so. I believe I spoke to him.
You can speak to him, speak for him?
Yes, I believe I can.
Gary gets hurt. His feelings get hurt. You don't give him a card. Tell us a little bit about your paper there, Roger.
Okay, well, I'm Roger Sims, publisher of the Linn County Journal. We started this, I believe, in May. We had several people talk to us about the need for a balanced, objective news source for Linn County. It's obviously pretty, we started this basically after spending a month teaching myself how to create a website. I one day woke up and it was still there the next day, and I thought, well, we're heading in the right direction. So obviously doing it by website is a lot cheaper than doing it by newsprint. Newsprint is incredibly expensive, the lack of printers. A lot of people have to go to Missouri, up north to St. Joe. It's just, there's just not very many printers, so that's kind of an expensive deal. But the website has been kind of something we thought about. We started thinking about this last year and had kind of pushed it back because a couple other things came up. And this year we decided to go ahead and do it. Like I said, we'd had several people contact us that we wish we had a different news source in the county. A lot of people don't take the official Linn County paper, and so we started to work on it. And I think our approach a little bit to covering commission is a little bit different. We'll tend to take issues and kind of do a little bit of research into them, find out what's behind them, and then we also do some enterprise stories where we've, I think most recently we did we did a story on how property values are increasing based on sales by nothing else. The appraiser isn't going out and saying, hey, I think we need to jack these prices up. It's basically they're required by state law to do an accurate reflection of sales prices. And so what that means for all of us who own some property is that valuations go up, and at some point it could be that taxes will go up too. Not necessarily, but at some point could happen. So that's one of the enterprise stories we've been working on. Our main thing is just to do fair and balanced articles. We don't support one party over the other. In fact, I think that you'll notice that most of our articles have been about Republican candidates simply because there are not many Democratic candidates yet. But we realize the makeup of the populace in Linn County and work to serve that and provide them with information. We use one of the things that we do use, I had a gentleman email me last week and said, why don't you put things like this in it? It was like a national publication. And my response to him was, we don't have the staff to chase down these national issues. Most people have their own place where they can get national news, and whether it's Fox News or CNBC or whatever, they're going to go there, tend to go there anyway. What we can do is we can provide good source of local news and accurate, and I think that we tried to do our best to be very unbiased in that coverage. The other thing that we do offer is we use state news from a couple of sources. One is the Kansas Reflector. Kansas Reflector, their chief editor-in-chief, Sherman Smith, won the Kansas Press Association Journalist of the Year Award for starting this. It's a not-for-profit news service. They essentially exist on donations, and the information that they put out is available to all newspapers, and as long as those newspapers acknowledge where that source came from. So doing that, I think that we're putting together a pretty good package, and right now we've worked a lot on providing content. I need to work a little bit more on selling ads, quite frankly. We need to make this pay. We've gotten quite a few contributions from people who are interested in seeing it work. So anyway, that's about all I've got. Any questions?
You do the high school sports. Is there any articles in there on that?
We're working toward that.
Okay.
I
can imagine that would tie you up with 3 school districts a lot.
So the only revenue you guys have is off of ads in your paper?
What's that?
Revenue for your business is off of ads?
That's our plan. Right now we're still operating off of mostly off donations, but yeah, our plan is to at some point make it work. And I think the important thing is that our plan is to continue to make it a free website so that you don't have to have a subscription to get in. We definitely want to do high school sports. It's just that we don't have quite enough reporters yet, and so we're working to make that happen. And it will in the next couple of weeks, but we're getting there. So.
And is more and more people interested? Are they subscribing to? Now they just email you and you put them on the list.
Well, what they do right now is if you the subscription to our email newsletter is free. When they go onto the site, they can put in their email at the bottom, and basically, then every week when we send out an email of what are the top stories this week, and they get it. We also have a lot of people who follow us on Facebook, and get it for there as well. Last week we had an article that had over 3,000 hits. I don't know. So it was a busy week. And we get hits from, interesting enough, we get hits from all over the place. I had a gentleman from Florida send us a donation. I have no idea why, but we certainly appreciate it. Don't turn down money. But we have a lot of people from the metro area, from outstate. We have people from towns in Missouri I've never heard of, Orozco or something like that, which I think is actually a local internet provider. We get the information off their internet providers. So anyway, I think that right now we have over 200 subscribers, and I think a lot of people just don't get all the way down to do the subscription thing. So we're trying to.
Where do you do that? At the very bottom or?
At the very bottom. Oh,
I got you. Okay.
Okay. And so I put a notice kind of up toward the top to, if you want to subscribe, go to the bottom. Okay. I think another one of the top stories we had was when we did one on on a gentleman up at Lacine who had been a official for 48 years. And people really like that for some reason. We got hits from all over, so.
Good. So nowadays I see that most newspapers, that printed newspapers, have their online version of it as well as
Right.
Facebook and social media style. Would you say is the trend of the newspaper kind of fading away?
Yeah, well, I don't know that it's necessarily fading away, but I think a lot of people get their subscriptions online. I don't know if you guys know this. We can't get the Kansas City Star where we live. They just stopped delivering it. And so we eventually had to go online. So we have an online subscription to that. The rise in online only newspapers has been fairly recent. Probably our publication wouldn't have worked 10 years ago because there simply wasn't enough people with, who look at the internet, who took their news from the internet. But now that's obviously changed. And there are a lot of new publications. There's a new publication, Lawrence Times in Lawrence, Kansas, who is going against the Lawrence Journal World. A former employee didn't think that they were covering enough stuff, so she kind of went out on her own. There's a publication in Shawnee Mission called the Shawnee Mission Post, and it's gone online. It specifically targets Northeast Johnson County, and so I think a lot of these what they call hyperlocal online newspapers are gaining momentum, and in some cases, where a newspaper, physical newspaper, just isn't possible in a lot of rural areas. There are people who are coming up with this as a way to fill the news gap. So, it's something that's gathering a little bit of momentum.
I agree. I think it's much easier to just pop it up on your screen and read it.
Yeah. And most of most of the people that we get to read are coming through on their phones. And I would say probably almost 2/3. And so when we sell ads to people, we say, hey, they like the nice splashy banner across the bottom or across the middle. And we say that comes through as like a little squished up little piece of writing. If you really want to get most of our readers, you need to go to something like a square or a rectangle. So anyway, we just added, this week, we got a call from contacted a couple of different organizations that are interested in advertising employment with us. And so we've added a classified page this week. So like I said, we can kind of go outside just of the of where we would where a newspaper with local newsstands and that sort of thing would go. We can get way beyond the boundaries of Linn County. So
What is the rules in Linn County as far as your official newspaper? How's that work?
They're spelled out by statute. Currently, an online only newspaper would not help.
yeah, it's been updated, and the Kansas Press Association and their lobby has done a fairly effective job of shutting down online papers. I think the requirements are you have to produce a physical paper 50 weeks out of the year. You have to be registered with the post office as a periodical courier. You have to have
general circulation within the county,
and it has to be paid. Let's see, have to be in business a year. So,
But there's an exemption with the cities, how they do it, right?
cities.
I know they're different.
Some cities have done something called a home rule resolution that changes, by which they can change the requirements. If a law does not apply to every city equally, the cities can pass a resolution opting out of that law and set their own rules. Counties don't.
the city of Lacey and city of Pleasant and Mound City, when they place ads, do they have to place it the same way the county does? Or the,
Anything that, the things that we have to place are, any official notices, those are the things that have to go in the, official newspaper.
right,
Any official notice. We can put an ad wherever we want to.
okay.
That's
Yeah.
different.
And we would be amenable, depending on what, you know, what form the legals come in, we'd be amenable to, publishing them, you know, without charge. You know, it's basically, we're killing a few, kilobytes, but other than that, you know, it's, you know, if we can get them and they're, you know, we got some ads the other day from the clerk's office, and basically we just took those and within a few minutes they were up and going. So,
That's awesome.
so anyway,
There is some discussion in the legislature about the possibility of changing that statute. I think they discussed it a year ago, or, you know, 2019 they discussed it. It didn't come to fruition. Last year they were too busy talking about COVID.
yeah.
But, there is some interest in the legislature to change that.
Yeah, and we spend quite a bit a year, sometimes more than others, on because we do the whole thing normally. We do the required and then we place ads as well. But we were spending what, $30,000 to $50,000 a year in the Linn County News? Yeah.
I think the other thing, yeah, I mean, obviously it would be a definitely financial advantage for the county not to have that kind of bill. There are probably some workarounds for that state regulations. I mean, in terms of, it leaves a lot of latitude in terms of, how many people are on your subscription list. It doesn't spell that out. So there's a lot of latitude. And so that may be something we can look at, but just getting, basically taking a business off the ground from, with, sort of a bootstrap, pulling ourselves up, you know, it'll take a while to get there, but I think, and the main thing, obviously, one of the main things that we've been focusing on most is coverage. And that's been, you know, we have to develop that kind of, track record that people trust us, and I think we're getting there.
Well, I appreciate you coming in, Roger. I
Okay.
know I didn't ask you to come in a while back, and I'm glad you had the opportunity to take the time out.
I was going to make it in last week and got unavoidably detained, but that's okay. A lot happened last week.
Yeah, very busy week.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you
gentlemen.
very much, Roger.
Nice to meet you.
I did just get an email from Health Department with the numbers for the week, if you'd like those.
Sure.
We're up to 1,345 cases, and it said over 100 still active, and we've had 19 deaths, and 4 in the hospital that we know of.
Are you still waiting on the other guy? What did Pleasanton come up with?
Well, they do plan to annex. I think that's what the conclusion was. It was kind of,
Pretty much this is the essence of it. I spoke before, not realizing that I needed to speak before them. I just thought they were going to have a hearing on annexation, but they'd already made their mind up. And I asked them point blank, the reason they're annexing it is because they don't want it to a lot. They're not annexing any of the property. They're annexing it so they have control over whether there's a tow lot there. I asked that point blank, did I not?
yeah, you did.
Okay. And so the tow lot is not yours, is that correct?
He's the owner of the land.
No, I know, but it belongs to David Saker and Julie. Julie's actually the one on that's got it listed as an
He
LLC.
does the paperwork.
Right. You got any input on this at all?
Well, you have a recommendation for a conditional use permit from the planning.
We need to act on it.
Yeah.
If Pleasant's
You'll
screwing around.
either need to, now, normally when we get to this point, staff presents a resolution. I haven't seen a resolution,
Who's staff?
John,
Shaw.
or whoever he assigns to do it.
Okay.
They usually present a resolution that spells out the history of the application, it spells out the findings, it spells out the conditions.
Does Sean need to be in here and talk about this?
He does.
He talked about, he included some stuff in his staff report, but I haven't seen a resolution. Your options are, since if a resolution comes to you from Linn with a majority recommendation to approve, your options are, number one, to accept that recommendation and approve the resolution granting the CUP. Number two, by a majority vote, you can reject the resolution and deny the CUP. Or number three, you can vote to send it back to planning and zoning with specific directions as to things you would like them to consider changing or reconsider. So those are your options.
Do you have the resolution?
Did you do a resolution? No, I did not have a resolution. Okay, normally at this point, I should have told you this last week. At this point, when you've got a recommendation from the planning and zoning, and it's time for them to act, staff comes with a resolution that spells out the history of the application, this is the application for this, and here it was here, and so forth. And then it has the findings, pretty succinctly listed, and then it has the conditions.
Do you have any reason not to?
You probably
I think we ought to.
model
I think go ahead.
if, in my understanding, what are the specific conditions that they have recommended?
5-year temporary use permit to be reviewed at the end of that time by the board, then holding zoning authority. And
How are you?
no outside signs, advertising structures except professional or directional signs, limitations of signs as to size, type, and color, location, or illumination, amount, direction.
You're, what are the limitations? I mean, these are not conditions, these are the kinds of things you can have conditions about.
Correct.
You follow me?
Correct.
But they need.
The only specific condition or limitation was the 5-year temporary use permit and it to be reviewed at the end of the time or that time period by the board holding zoning authority of that time. That was the only
I
specific.
think the one that holds them accountable for all that, Charlene wasn't available that day and they didn't get everything put into what needed to be put into it.
There, the regulations state that a automobile wrecking yard, which I guess is is that what we're finding this under? I didn't see anything in the allowed conditional use permits that mentioned a tow lot. It does talk about automobile wrecking yards, salvage yards, junk yards, and scrap processing yards. Is that what the application is under?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, so one of the things you may want to consider, it's up to you, is whether that is the appropriate slot for the application. It may well be. But we don't actually list co-lots in our list of, conditional uses. But in the regulations for the wrecking yard, salvage yard, junkyard, it does say that the tract must be at least 300 feet from a residential district zone. Does this meet that requirement?
My understanding is it is not, it is not over 300 feet from the residential property next to it, but that property is not zoned residential. It is,
No residential zone within 300 feet of this.
that's correct.
Okay, that's what I wasn't sure about. And then it says it's got to have a fence of a uniform height, 6 foot tall, uniform texture to ensure maximum safety and preserve the welfare of the neighborhood, must provide a visual screen from all adjoining property. So that would be one of the, that would be a requirement, even if it's not listed in the conditional use permit.
Correct.
That. So the fence will need to meet those standards. And then, you said it's gonna be a 5-year permit.
Correct.
And were there any other conditions that they talked about putting on?
No. Several were discussed, none were added to their vote.
And so what you have before you now is a proposal for a conditional use permit with the understanding that these regulations apply without having to be included in the conditional use permit. Plus, the only other condition is it's a 5-year permit. If you wish to approve it with that understanding, I think you could approve it subject to or contingent on the preparation of the actual resolution, which contains that. You have it for you
Next week?
Yeah.
Well, we can do the approval now.
I think you could if you wanted to. You know, if you want more conditions that are not listed there, then you need to send it back to the planning and zoning board.
You need more conditions? I don't need.
So how do, I mean, can we, if it starts to look like something that we, if it starts to look like something that we don't like, are we able to call a meeting and
If this,
address it?
if the proprietors violate the condition you set, then the conditional use permit may be revoked. If they're not in violation of the condition you set, then they've got the conditional use permit for 5 years. That's why in some cases, governments are pretty careful to set some specific conditions that they think they're going to want met, so that they have some leverage to make sure that the behaviors they might be concerned about are not possible.
Well, that, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. I'd like to see something in there about not making it look like a, you know, it's under a salvage junkyard. I'd like to have something in there that talks about not, I mean, it not looking like that. I mean, something that, I don't know how we would do that.
Go ahead.
David Sager and myself, you know, talked about, and I think that we presented this not only to the planning commission, but to you as well, that obviously I own the property and I actually don't want to see anything that looks unsightly there. So he and I spoke about this, and I don't know the zoning regulations in and out, and I have read them several times, so I'm not claiming to be any kind of an expert in this field. But as I understand it, everyone is very concerned about how this is going to look, and maybe rightfully so based on what's already in Pleasanton, Kansas. We've talked about maybe building a building up there so that anything that was wrecked would be stored inside. There would be nothing parked outside. Talking about 20-foot tall building with the 16-foot door that we get a semi if we have to. Would that alleviate your concern for the unsightliness of, I mean, basically what you're going to have is a fenced-in area with a building 40 by 50 or 50 by 50 or 40 by 60 that we can pull a vehicle that's wrecked in, because all I keep hearing is how bad this is.
Do you want to put this on hold while you build your building first, or you want
I'd
this
like to get
approved?
the permit approved. That's why I'm here. I have several reasons why I'm here, but the first one is that.
Okay.
I mean, I'm here because I would like for you to vote on it.
So what's your thoughts? You want to send it back to them?
I just want to have something in there where it,
So he
talks about it's
You
not
guys,
a,
at this point, you
I
can't
know.
add conditions. You can only accept it
Right.
that's been approved.
Exactly.
Or send it back and say, please add this condition.
Is that what you want, Danny?
what kind of condition could we add to
The
that?
condition that he's proposing, I think it's a good one, is the condition that says any wrecked vehicle will be inside the building. Isn't that what?
That's exactly what I just said.
Yeah, I think that's a good condition. I think that is, and I think that addresses a lot of the concerns. I really do.
We have tried to come up with solutions to alleviate everyone's concern. I'm telling you, I did not want something unsightly there.
That
It's
way,
easy to say.
you don't have pieces of cars laying around. If it's wrecked, if it's not in a complete condition, it's gonna be in the building. I think that's an excellent.
I'd like to send it back and add that to it.
Okay, so what we have to do is send, if you vote to do that, we have to send it back to the planning commission with a written recommendation that they consider adding that condition.
We can't just go with it right now with this.
You can't add, at this point, according to statute, you can't add a condition at this point. You can reject the whole thing, or you can accept the whole thing, or you can send it back to them to.
Add a condition.
Does it require a building permit to put a building up over there for the county? that I'm
Yes.
proposing?
Yes,
Okay. So would that be another permit?
in there, yeah.
Yeah, but that's pretty simple.
When's our
I'm
next,
saying though, in order to get a tow lot, just kind of thinking this thing out. I don't want to wait. We've been waiting too long. I mean, I'm just being honest with you. It's ridiculous.
no, I get it.
tried very hard from day one to address every concern anybody might have about this.
But we haven't been involved since day one, and so this, I know you have, but we have. So that's my concern, and that's where I'm at. I'd like to see it put into the CUP and go from there, and I would be on board with allowing the tow lot as long as that was in the CUP.
Well, I mean, at some point, you'll need a motion
I know.
to.
So if we send it back, it's gonna take a while.
Yeah, when's your next meeting?
Second Tuesday of every month is what they're scheduled. So I believe there's one scheduled.
Be about October the, 9th.
He may have one scheduled for tomorrow. He may have one scheduled for tomorrow. I would have to talk to Bobby, who's not here today.
Tomorrow, was tomorrow the second of today? Yeah, okay, yeah. So you can get it on the agenda tomorrow night. There's nothing, see, since this is an open case, there's no notices that have to be given.
Right.
And so if you vote today to send it back to them for consideration of this additional condition, they can look at that tomorrow night.
So if that's what you want to do, make a motion.
I'll make a motion that we send this resolution back to the planning and zoning to get a
Condition.
a what?
Additional
An
condition.
additional condition added to the conditional use permit, correct?
And the condition is how to put all wrecked or incomplete vehicles or how
Yeah, would
be
be
stored within a building.
be kept within the building.
You want to second it?
I'll second, and we'll get this taken care of within this week is what we're gonna.
Well, then, yeah, if you do this today, then there's no reason it can't be added to the agenda for tomorrow night. And then,
For some reason, there isn't a meeting tomorrow night scheduled. Are they going to schedule a special meeting this week?
I would have to ask and post that and
Tell
go
them
through
yes.
whatever requirements are
yes.
necessary to
I
schedule
think we
one.
drug our feet long enough on this. We need to make a decision. So
they could, if there is no meeting, there's supposed to be a meeting tomorrow night. Is there one scheduled?
Tomorrow is the second Tuesday, so as far as I know.
Yeah, I think there's one scheduled. If for chance there's not, they could do a special meeting just on this. The other things that were on the agenda, I don't think they could because they have, notice requirements. But there's no notice requirement on this because it's already
Okay.
the case.
We got a motion, we got a second, all in favor? Aye.
And then it'll.
And then you can talk to, if you want to go to the planning and zoning meeting, I know you had a comment that you wanted to make, just make it at the planning and zoning meeting.
Okay, so do we need a copy of these minutes?
Yeah, that'd be a good-
Notice?
that'd be a good start. If we had a copy of the minutes, then, I might, I think that'll suffice for written notice, yeah.
Okay. Well, I will finish the minutes this afternoon and I can get a copy over to them with that verbiage in it.
We're going to go a little bit early, Renee, but I'm going to open it up to public comment. Does anybody want to make a comment? Go ahead.
My comment has to do with what happened at the City of Pleasanton meeting concerning this zoning, and the fact that I don't think that the government represents the people anymore. I basically was given no options to think about whether I would, and I presented several things, as Danny was there and can attest to, concerning involuntary annexation. And involuntary annexation, to my knowledge and research that I've done, is only allowed in 4 states now. It used to be 5, and Texas is one of them, and they recently changed that in the last couple of years. And I don't think it's appropriate for Kansas to allow involuntary annexation. End of discussion. I'm being annexed now by the City of Pleasanton, or they're going to attempt to do this, to keep this tow lot from going in over there. And they said that exactly in the meeting. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Not doing this for the normal reasons that you would annex property. Oh, it's in their master plan, sure. That's easy to say. But they're not annexing anybody else at this time except me, because I would not capitulate to what their terms were. And I had no time to think about it. At this meeting, we have to have an answer now. We have to negotiate this right now, or you're going to lose, and we're going to now start collecting city taxes on your property. How do you think I feel? How would you feel if someone just annexed your property?
Make your comments and just direct your comments.
I am directing them, giving you something to think about. I don't think it's appropriate. I think that this county and every county in this state should pass a resolution and not allow involuntary annexation. And especially in such a pointed case like this, there was plenty of opportunity for the city to act a long time ago, even after I bought the property, and nothing was done. Nothing was done at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, and we had several of them, and we had to wait till the last minute to act because they did not want you to act. And so I want you to know one of the things I proposed to them at this meeting, and I hope that the newspaper's here. I don't know, is the newspaper here?
No.
That's too bad.
Are there,
I just asked.
They're online.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I asked that the county commissioners just be allowed to vote on this. And I would voluntarily work with them to annex that property. And they did not want to give you the opportunity to allow you to vote on this. Am I incorrect? I mean, you can ask when I get done. My comments, I think, are right on. And that's what I would like for you to address today, next week, is about involuntary annexation. Not just here, but in this state. And I promise you, this will not be the last county commission meeting that I'm going to be going to. And not only that, I can promise you that I have no plans now to build an apartment complex in Pleasanton. So the county's lost out tax revenue. The people who live in this county have lost out because now you're not going to have an apartment complex that was going to go in over there in the next 2 years. Strong-handed government doesn't work. Now, I thought this was a very conservative area. Linn County, I think, is very conservative. But that's not what happened last week at that meeting. They're going to have their way or else. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anybody else? You want to say something? All right. So we'll close that and a more cheerful note. Every year we get to see you, Renee. They're online. They're watching you from above in that big camera up there.
Well, I had something for them. Maybe I'll just send it to her via email.
You can read it.
Well, I'm going to read it to you, but I mean, I wanted her to send something, maybe she'd put it in the paper. But anyway, what I'm here for is I'm from the Marizine chapter of Daughters of American Revolution, and annually we commemorate Constitution Week. And we go around to many of the mayors and commissioners and actually promote awareness of the Constitution. So here I go. The United States Constitution is the supreme law of the land. We will commemorate 234 years of this document on September 17th, which is this Friday. It establishes the basic structure of the federal government and laws for the government to abide by. These laws, created by our founding fathers, are the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments in the Constitution. In 1955, Daughters of American Revolution petitioned U.S. Congress a resolution to observe the Constitution during September 17th to the 23rd. It was passed unanimously in Congress. And on August 2nd, 1956, President Eisenhower signed into Public Law 915, Constitution Week, to be observed annually September 17th to the 23rd. I ask that you commemorate Constitution Week by flying your flags and reading the Constitution. And thank you very much. And I have some, I don't know who has one, but if you don't, I have one to pass out.
Mom, come on. I've got it. I get one every year from you.
Well, you can hand it to somebody else. You already have one.
Thank you, Renee.
Thank you.
Gary needs one. He needs about two of them.
David, you want one? Would anyone else like that?
Is that the resolution?
Would anyone else like one?
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Need to sign both. Or...
Need a motion to pass the proclamation.
That's all I have.
Go ahead.
I make a motion that we pass this proclamation. Let's see, is there a number or anything that, for Constitution Week?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, it's been motion made and a second to do a proclamation for Constitution Week for Linn County. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So,
If you'd like to read it, you can.
Whereas September 17, 2021 marks the 234th anniversary of drafting the Constitution of the United States by the Constitutional Convention, and whereas it is fitting and proper to accord the official recognition and magnification of the document and its memorable anniversary, and to the patriotic celebrations which will commemorate the occasion, and whereas Public Law 915 guarantees the issuing of the proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America, designating September 17th, through the 23rd as Constitution Week. And it's got our three signatures on it by virtue of the authority vested in the county commissioners. And ask our citizens to reaffirm the ideas of the framers and the Constitution had in 1787 by vigilantly protecting the freedoms and the guaranteed to us through the guardian of our liberties, remembering that lost rights may never be regained. And that's it.
we sign it down
Have
at
a
the bottom.
picture?
Yeah.
Yes, I need a copy, and then you post it somewhere where everyone will see. And then I'll need a seal, stamp seal.
Yeah, so I've got a spot there to sign and seal it, and they get them signing. Your copies, so you can have an original, Renee, if you need one.
Oh, well, thank you.
Maybe she'll give us a picture. We'll just hold it up, look at the camera. You got it? All right. Our new
Okay,
photographer.
and just, if he needs to sign it.
Tampa, thank you, Renee.
Thank you.
How many have you been to so far?
What?
How many have you done this year so far?
I think, I haven't counted,
Every
'cause I
time I
do
look at the
Miami
paper,
County too.
You did?
So I just did commissioners there last week.
Right.
But anyway, I still have the Paola Mare and the Linn Valley. And Lacey I did the other day. So you're probably about number 7, maybe. Got a few more to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And then we have presentations starting the 17th at the schools.
That's right.
Well, actually 16th, I got school on the 16th. Thank you very much.
Morgan, you're back there for a reason?
What's that?
Oh, no, I was asking. Does Morgan need something, David?
I think we've already talked about some more personnel you need to talk to them about, or
I did from tomorrow night's meeting. Yes, we'll be in front of the planning and zoning tomorrow evening.
Did you find out anything about the 69 yet? Kevin?
No, I have not been able to call them yet.
Okay.
So
we've probably got about a 10-minute personnel issue to discuss.
You want to do that before we
That's
get into this long discussion? All right, make a motion. We go into executive session for 10 minutes for personnel.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor? Aye.
Okay, yeah, I was just making sure before we left that we have that because I'll need to send that in. I don't know.
Any more legal advice today?
I don't think I'm.
Hope not. Thanks, Gary.
You know how to get a hold of it.
Nothing from that executive session that needed to be addressed. So now we're into the Public Works Administrator. Where's he at? Him in here. Go ahead and start.
Well, you guys know why you're here, right? Well, Jim, you kind of threw out this
We've
idea.
just been talking about the noxious weed director. And we kicked around the idea of maybe putting the mowing and the tree trimming underneath the noxious weed. Just wondered what you guys thought of that. I mean, as far as, not that we're going to put more people on, but put him in charge of the mowing and the brush clearing. Where that's, wondered what you guys thought of it.
Well, probably you're gonna have to run every shop. Maybe.
Pardon me?
You're gonna have to come to every shop around or wherever the tractors are at, or every who's in charge. That's hurt my feelings, isn't it?
Would take a big load off you guys.
Yeah, cause main problem is trying to find somebody to run them. I'm just taking our extra guys and still hell and gravel, I got them mowing.
It wasn't that we'd put more guys on. I mean, it would be the type of deal that he'd be overseeing it. I mean, that's what I thought.
So you'd still be taking, I mean,
Be guys away from your crews. I mean, that's, but
if you can't get the summer help, or you even gonna try.
Well, we got a truck down, so I got a guy.
Yeah.
Truck down, he run them more. I got all three of them.
would it be an option as far as taking even the sign guy and putting him underneath him and using that truck to, like, around bridges and things? There's a lot of issues with brush around bridges and things that I see.
Calls where Hammer goes out and trims tree limbs, putting on trucks or, stuff that our boom mower won't reach.
Mm-hmm.
He goes out and trims them. Takes usually somebody with him.
It was just brought to my attention in another county, and I never thought of this, but the weed spur goes out and sprays. And the boom spur, or the mowers come right behind him, mow off the weeds that he just sprayed. I mean,
Yeah, they usually tell me where they spray Johnson grass, cause it's supposed to wait 2 weeks.
yeah, it's not an issue with you guys and not like that.
Unless you got blind.
Been up there long enough.
Mm-hmm.
We've had nobody in there since I've taken over, so.
So we're talking about the 2 weed guys, right? That if we're gonna hire another one, or are we not gonna hire another one? We're just gonna do with the one person?
I don't know. We need
And
to,
then we'd add Kevin to that crew? And who else?
Some mowers.
Just the
whoever operated the mowers.
And then we have to figure out who's in charge of all overall responsibility.
Yeah.
Because the equipment's the most important. Well,
Right.
people are important, but equipment's very important. That the wrong person gets on and can tear it all up in a matter of minutes, or not doing proper maintenance on it, just not doing anything, just jumping on, taking off because it started.
How do you guys feel? Would you rather keep it the way it is right now, or would you?
I don't have a problem with it being that way, as long as whoever's in there is able to communicate and
That's what it'd take.
say, we're gonna be working in this area, do you have a guy not call me that morning? I need a guy, well, I've already got guys
Doing stuff.
headed in the direction. and,
Right.
Then that screws everything up that I've tried to do that day, or something, but
So that'd be a big headache to you guys as far as, unless it was communicated.
That county you talking about, Anderson, is it all in just one shop?
I think they just have.
Yeah,
one
they just
shop
have one
in that.
shop.
I think that's the issue.
A little bit easier.
Yeah.
When you have 2 and actually Pleasanton as well. Cause you guys now gotta coordinate with Pleasanton even, cause you got people out of each job, each
And then you just
job.
have one, I think, so it's
I don't know what they do with their half ton. I went by there this morning and there's 2 pickups, one following the other one. I look around, I don't know where they went or what they're doing.
me and the other one.
Well,
We taking, yeah. We just taking our trucks back that we finally got fixed.
I know the mower is sitting there and they shouldn't be.
Well, I took.
Now, how does it work? You're responsible for part of it and you're responsible for
I've
the
got
other?
3 guys down
You have three, how many you have? Pleasant.
Anyhow,
there. Harry got any.
but I go by there and the mower ought to be running.
So they mow in your district then, or? I
Yeah.
mean,
It's got,
So this is gonna take a little communication, and then reaching out to you guys and say, hey, this is where we're gonna be, and,
Yeah.
I mean, which should be happening anyway, probably. I
I
mean,
just called Todd and told him need to be mowing it.
if you guys got an extra guy that you're not utilizing or can't find something for him to do, you can send them all over, get on a mower.
And that's what we've been doing.
Well, I'm kind of done, I don't know if somebody's coming in and get in it or what, but if it's sitting there after 8:30, you know. I don't think he said,
I agree. And we can have our director guy or woman, whoever, oversee that and make sure that's not happening, and we don't have to.
I know Bogan down there and rode down 400, but it's overgrown with trees, it's like canopy. Boom bar ain't gonna reach it. Gas pipeline, 6-inch gas line over there, you can't do nothing. Just need to go around the other way. So, driving it us, I ain't gonna get it fixed.
What do you think, Sean?
It's the first part of this because I was still.
We're just talking about maybe taking all maybe even the sign guy and the mowers and the weed department and making it all one group, making it have, a supervisor in charge of all that. Which supervisor would be in charge of the noxious weed spraying and kind of be our competent guy in that, I think. And kind of take a load off you guys or these guys and kind of make its own little department, and that supervisor's in charge of that. And we don't have to reach out to either one of them to figure out what's going on. They'd have to communicate with them to see who, if they have a guy that's not really doing much, side pushing broom or whatever, they can send him, put him in a mower, because I think we can always utilize somebody in a mower. I mean, that's kind of what we're thinking, I think.
The biggest issue you're gonna have is manpower and communication.
And, in the manpower, I think we could, focus on our weed director guy. That's part of his job too, is making sure that, getting advertised and trying to get help on, getting the word out instead of you guys having to do it and, whatnot. That's kind of one of his titles, I guess, his descriptions, in my opinion. Is that what you guys are doing?
I'm interested in making sure our equipment's maintained, they're responsible, somebody responsible for it. Either you or that guy's responsible for
We're
it.
gonna have to be the mechanic part of it.
Yeah, that's one,
The Sheltie.
who greases it? Does the guy, actually guys that grease
Yeah.
Usually it's supposed to be-
grease it, but then the oil changes and everything falls back on the mechanic?
Well, the mechanics assist them, they read the tractor and stuff while you change oil, fuel filters, it's a major thing like that. That Sheltie mower, I found enough parts down there between bush hog and Sheltie parts that was broke and bent. I made it work. This and that. Got it back to working. He smoked the clutch on it today. Got that big tractor on him trying to run too fast. Slow down. Some of that stuff hadn't been mowed all year. Especially getting tough. So we'll put a set of clutches in that gearbox. But I do have all 3 of them running. Centerville, one in Blue Mountain, one going on 69 down to Prescott. I just carried back this way, going toward Blue Mountain, go over and do 1077. I'm trying to get them almost.
you got somebody mowing today too?
Been mowing. One guy I had mowing, he's sick, so he's out. And one we're still waiting on parts to get it back together, so.
For a mower or truck?
Mower.
No.
Yeah, they tore up a stump jumper and everything else on it, so we're waiting on the parts for it to get it back together, to get it back out.
Work with somebody if they wanna win them. Still gonna be kinda hard to
kind of utilize you to like teach this director, whoever, to be competent on, you know, how they need to run them and what needs to be done?
Usually your weed guy gets paid about what foreman does. You know, they don't have nobody under him much, but one guy or two, where they could share some of the responsibility about. Like I said,
And we're out there a lot. The weed man should be out there a lot too, and know what, should know just as much as we do as what.
How
needs
could we
to go.
use the side, the truck for the sign guy to trim around bridges and things? Is it something you'd use, or, you know, up, like you're talking the high limbs?
that's what we use.
I don't see any issues other than the communication, the maintenance, just setting forth a set of descriptions for the supervisor, so he's clear about whose responsibility is what. That way, the equipment still gets managed, and if his job is to bring in everyone and keep basically the same as he would spray a map of the county, and go, these are the areas we're mowing, these are the areas we're
Would there be a better location for this job, like it's Prescott now, the spray guy, is it?
Gotta be a better location.
Huh?
Gotta be better than that.
Is there a way we can move it to a better location?
About the middle of the county, ain't it?
What's in the old building that was the weed department down there? What is
We
it?
just use it for tires, throwing tires.
So they'll definitely need some chemical storage area somewhere, but is that something that could be set up down here?
They always did down there.
probably.
There's, gas has been turned off, water line broke. Of course, we got a water problem with our building now. Water's been turned off for 3 or 4 days.
So there's nothing in that building.
Get there so we can dig all them lines up and try to figure out what's going on.
And we'd need a caged area about 10 by 12 at least for chemical storage.
Well, you still use that building down there. Except, you know, chemical to spray with or whatever, still.
Would it be more efficient to have it right here anyway? I mean, a lot of people buying the chemicals right up the street, aren't they?
The Mound and Easterners, and
So we buy our chemical from the local vendors.
usually they give shock their deals. That was where it was at, used to be.
That's something we need to discuss at the cost shares, what we're gonna do between now and we get an employee back to work on those, because the cost shares are high.
We don't have an outlet right now because
We worked with the software vendor and thought them up, and of course, that plan. So
do you have someone in mind that we could teach, or what do you think?
the availability of personnel is, or whether we can use different people in those areas as far as salary, contract. Who's available, and say, we've got resources here, and how would we use them to fill that position?
How long we gotta get on them?
Getting calls from them pretty regular to figure out what we're gonna do about that. And it takes a little organization. I think probably a week after we identified someone, we get them hooked up with the software vendor and get them trained on that program to know what they needed to do to get those cost shares put back out. But once they figure it out, the program itself is not complicated, and the process isn't complicated, but they do have to provide things for the business and for the clerk's office, or for Joyce, who then sends it for billing.
And it goes out to you guys and then you pay them. Cost sharing.
Is this something that we need to go this week and kind of put it in people's ears and figure it out and get a plan for next week, or what do you think?
I think very quickly. The only offer I've had so far for assistance is from economic development.
Is there a problem there with pursuing that, or what?
To arrangements are as far as compensation, hours, or
We,
unaware of that.
I think it's kind of new to all of us, really. I mean, what we're gonna, David, what do you think?
You're saying is what we have in Jessica's contract right now?
Yes, I don't know how that would work.
I mean, I have that. I don't know how many hours you're talking about or. what we would
Once
need
we
to do.
figured it out, between the calls.
Have you talked to her about, you said?
She approached me about assisting if, knowing that we were
Oh.
short an employee. She is,
Yeah, if we could help.
So can we
could
talk-
help us get through this time.
So can we talk about what Tammy used to make and talk to her about it and see what?
I can work with Morgan David, figure it out, but I think she'd have a learning curve issue, and I think it would be doable. Because as the cost shares come in, they don't have to be, you don't have to come in if only one cost share came in that day. This is something that can be emailed. It can not only be done here, or it can be done as they come in from a work at home environment,
She just has to take a little class of some kind to get.
just to learn the software program.
Okay, so here's what we have in the agreement with Jessica right now is the salary we have listed for an anticipated 28 hours per week. Then we've got some things in there about reimbursement for travel and just standard things like that. So that's,
How many hours a week do you think it'd take to do what you're talking?
Was what Tammy was putting in on it, but I would think, after the initial training, I would think that just this program, aside from any other task that she does, just the cost shares would be about 5 hours a week, to keep those up once someone learned that program.
What do you guys feel?
I'm good with that.
So 20 hours a month, 25 hours a month, something like that?
This month, and you may be able to tell me more, are they spraying in September for?
They will be for like 3
There-
or something.
There's something going on that those numbers may change for a month or
But
two.
you know, after
So-
that, you can lose.
yeah, I said before, too much longer, we're gonna be at a point where we wouldn't be spraying.
Right.
anyway.
Right,
So-
you're right. No, yeah.
So for some reason, there's an uptick, so I would say that if we were gonna do any, amount of time that, it could go 8 hours one week, it could go 12 the next. I can't judge that by how much.
Anyway, it sounds like
I think it's a short term thing.
yeah, and I'm okay with that.
Me too.
Time controlling their, they're gonna want, this guy's gonna want it, next day that one.
The good thing is you can get it,
Email.
yeah.
Oh, we've been going on, what, a week without doing any? 2 weeks?
We're starting to pile up.
Okay.
So we're gonna pay her for her training, or how we do that?
The training's an
I'll
online
Morgan,
software.
you guys work with that, get it figured out and we'll get it approved. How's that? That'll
Mhm.
won't get any call.
So back to the noxious weed director position. It sounds like everybody thinks you could make this work with putting some more duties under that person if the communication is what it should be. So we're gonna need to get a description lined out of what those job duties are so we can try to get someone hired for it. So I don't know.
What's the one, so are we taking, what's the other guy's name? Weed guy?
We've got one that just took his test.
Carl?
Yes.
This would be the road side.
The spray.
Well, that's the assistant weed director.
And I haven't been emailed back to tell me where he's at as far as the results of those tests.
And he's currently works with Al, is that true too, down there?
Yeah.
Business, when he's not supposed to be doing. So your proposal is just to use Carl or hire an actual director? And be in charge of this with Carl and,
Well, Carl only wants to do the road, right? Is that what you said?
He's
Just
just
said?
the operator. Assistant
Now, we've had two down there usually, right?
yes.
Yeah.
We had two, we've actually had an assistant in the summer to help out when all the plants were in
We're
line.
going to have to name someone as a director because they're forced that a director has to sign.
Sure, right.
So we'll have the director, then we'll have an assistant, and then we'll have the mowers and the sign.
Carl could always do mowing too.
Now, did they use Carl for other things in the?
They use them in solid waste.
That's part of his duties.
He's not.
In Carl's.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. That he helps out there because there's only a couple of people down there anyway.
He mowed for me for a couple of years.
So when we're not utilizing him for that, he can mow.
But could he, I mean, even in the winter times, things like that, Carl could run the boom mower. I mean, as far as taking the, you know, and even with the bucket truck, if we had that tied to it, that they could trim trees and things around the.
It just falls back into that communication and scheduling again. He's not gonna be spraying weeds year round because there's no point in that.
Right.
Yeah, he can run the mowers, I know, lawn mowers.
Do we, I mean,
And he's the one that initiated taking those testings, trying to aid us in getting somebody certified, so.
What's your thoughts on it, Rick? What are you thinking? I mean, you.
Can't be done, I think it can, but the communication is that's gonna be the toughest part. And I would be, if I was one of you guys, I'd be so mad because I've got this equipment, now I'm gonna let this guy go take off with it, and you won't have as much say over your equipment. And I don't know about you, but I treat my stuff, that's the way I was taught the whole time. This is yours, keep it.
That's the reason why we come to ask these guys. I mean,
You
I
know,
think,
do
you know,
your preventative maintenance on it. I always made sure.
I'm not set on anything. I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah.
talking. I mean, I
Yeah.
just, it's,
Just gotta take care of it, because every time it breaks down, we're gonna have to be the ones working.
Yeah, and then we get the phone calls because somebody's on the road and you're down and you're down for 2 or 3 weeks or whatever happens because something happened. And just I will say this, just by creating an additional person in charge creates more want. Want.
that's why we're talking.
That was the most frustrating thing is I need this, I want this.
but it's like the mowing, is it just a burden on you guys? Or you guys are like, oh yeah, we gotta do this damn mowing and go do it? I mean, or do you guys have enough you can deal with?
I ain't got no problem sending them out.
Now, do you utilize the spray guy down there if he's not spraying? I mean, or does he always stay at the landfill?
He stayed down there.
What about the?
That's where I'd like to see the most is the director be moved to where he's used. And that would be up here.
Well, if he ain't spraying, he could be in a tractor mowing.
Exactly. Because the other guy's obligated,
Down
By-
in the corner, that's the landfill.
the other guy's actually obligated to be working in the landfill when he doesn't
So
have.
you're saying that the guy, the main sprayer needs to be doing something different if he's not spraying?
Why not? Yeah.
Well,
Yeah. And down there, you know where you're at.
I know.
Prescott, Kansas, you're hidden.
Well,
All
that's
the
where
way.
he's
I'm
going.
not saying they do. I'm just saying that if they're sitting right there in a shop with their equipment and they can do the cost shares and they can talk to the public and those are the kinds of things I would think the county would want, that somebody's out there talking to the guy that's getting all the cost shares he can and what type of product is out new that, you know, maybe he can refer to and,
Are we utilizing the sign guy all we can? I mean,
and that's another
question.
topic.
Is he, who's in charge of that? Just, is he in?
I mean,
you're-
he's putting up signs every day of the week, is he?
He's putting up, currently they're going back through putting up, signs as they come in. And I can tell you, new ones, because of the reflectivity, the old ones, the sign are just outdated.
And that's something I bet you'd be interested in is how much money we actually spend on signs a year.
Oh, I'm sure.
So it's yeah,
And then
a lot.
when he's not doing that, we have used him in the boom mowers to help out and as well with a lot of the damage around the Blue Mountain area and some other projects that we have there. And then I've moved him in projects at the health center.
That's my goal, to get everything we can out of everybody and utilize their help is what I'm wanting to do.
Yeah, on the sewer pump today, so
He's pulling the pump.
use that truck to like pump that.
And I'm sure that, yeah, I've not seen him all the time.
He's got trees.
I know. Okay, good. That's good to hear.
It's good.
I saw him putting out signs on Friday, 400 or 300 run, so.
Yeah, he's starting there. He got to go clear across the county with all of it.
Well, there's signs down. I mean, there's a lot of signs around. It's, you know, the culvert, the tube signs they're gone. They get knocked down and everything else. I mean,
I think part of the discussion on the noxious weeds are taking over Bowen. When you talk about the frustration that they would have, I think even moreover, my other concern would be the frustration the guys would have, because currently they go from operating for them to all district, to jump on a mower, to an asphalt. It would be one more person
In the middle.
It'd be one more person going, oh, no, today you work for me. Changing jobs, and I know we've heard that a lot. You don't know what you're doing when you get there. It may cause some frustrations in the shops if it's not well organized.
Well, if I'm freaking them out, you know, like if something does happen, I can always bring them back in and send them out in the dump truck or tobacco or whatever.
Okay, so for where we're at right now, we have already advertised for noxious weed director. We've had a couple applications. I think you've heard both the names, and I don't want to get into names or comments
Right.
in public arena here. So you could interview from those applicants if you wanted to, as the job stands right now. You could work up a new job description and add some things, which you'd probably want to go out and advertise again at that point, I would think, since it's a different position. Or if you hired someone under the current job description and you wanted to talk about some of these things down the road, there's nothing that says it couldn't be adjusted later. But I think we need to know what direction you want to go.
It may be just as feasible, instead of all the communication and maintenance issues, maybe just as feasible, just like we use Carl now in the winter, moving him out to Al, taking that director that we hire and moving him over to all district to a lower.
well, maybe like Rick said, maybe we ought to move him to here to Mound City, if that's, you know, move the position to Mound City, and then you've got him here if you need him. I mean,
Well,
And,
they had one director in this little office.
that's not gonna work. That's not good.
He wasn't, when he wasn't doing cost sharing or something else, he just kind of went around there, you know.
Now, honestly, tell me the truth, Harry, because you try to get along with everybody, I know. All right? But you've been here longer than time. So tell me the truth. You want somebody else to take your people and use them during the day, and you get them back if you get them back? Yes or no? It's your equipment, and all. Just tell me the truth.
that's what we called you here for. We want to know the truth. I mean, that's,
Or can you manage those people, and we maybe bring the weed person over and put him in your office, the director, in your area? I mean,
You can put him,
somewhere up here.
I wouldn't be afraid to put him out on boom mower sitting down there. Got all three of the other mowers.
Okay, but you didn't answer my question. Went around it. Would you rather keep your people where your people are and not have somebody else interfering?
I really don't have no problem.
Either way,
with it.
what do you have?
the way it is.
How do you
He
feel?
likes it the way it is.
But still, the weed director, if he ain't got cost sharing or something to do in the office,
That's why if he was moved over there, you could.
I could find a mower or
Yeah.
something, or he can have a mower, there's one on the place.
Mike, you're new to the job. What do you think? Real feelings. on it.
Real feelings, I don't think they need to be in charge of them.
Okay.
But they do need to let us, as foremen, know, okay, I've sprayed this mile. Don't go mow it.
So maybe it'd be better
We
like,
don't know what they're spraying, what they've done.
And that comes into pub works too. this new guy or the Carl or whoever's gonna be director needs to put everything in the public.
Everything that's sprayed needs to be identified.
Well, then,
Plus the verbal. I'm not saying that because that's the important, but it needs to be in there.
if it's in there,
You'll see it if you look
I
at
can't
it.
see it because I can't. I
Why?
can't get in on it. I can't get in on the mapping. I can't see any of the map.
Why is that? Do you know? Let's try to figure that one out.
I can't look up mapping.
It should. You
You
should
should be able to see what everybody's doing. I mean, as
Yeah.
far as as far as,
We paid enough for that program.
There's nothing sensitive in that program.
should be.
The only thing that we would need is to stop people from editing parts of it.
I'm sure there's a way to do that.
So
And I don't know anything about that program, but there's probably authorities that can be set on it on who can do what. And it may just be a matter of looking at
If
some.
I got a question about right of ways, flood zone, I've got to come to town. Either go to mapping or come in here to Joyce.
Okay.
Say, can you pull it up so I can see what?
So check with Joyce and see what we can do and adjust that. Harry's okay with that.
Okay, now, is there two trucks, I take it, right? We have two trucks then?
Three trucks?
Spray trucks?
So
Yeah.
If Todd uses the one guy, and then we have another, do we need to leave a truck down there and one here? I mean, for Todd,
For
if Todd utilizes the second man, is what I'm saying when he's.
Todd's not gonna utilize second man.
We're gonna use them both right here.
No, we're gonna use one there. And if they're spraying weeds, we use both, okay?
Right.
If we're spraying with, if there's no spraying, the assistant needs to be at the landfill.
What I'm saying, so
That's part of his working there.
should that be where he's at every day, or should they both be?
I think so. Let the director stay up there, and if he wants weed sprayed, if he can't, if he's needs more than one person spraying, like in the spring, we're spraying all these weeds, and then Cerisi in the fall, then they're both out. That's a different story. But I'd leave him over there the whole time and leave our director up here so he can do cost shares, help out Harry.
And Harry's in charge if he's not spraying.
Yeah. That's kind of the way I felt about it. And only because I think a lot of the counties only have one shop, where we used to have three and now we have two. And when you start talking about threes or twos, then there's so much coordination that goes on. That's the only reason I had.
is it something we need to move him to another shop or
Who?
the director?
Yeah, we're gonna, I thought we probably should bring him up and put him, you can still be in charge of him overall, but as administratively, you know, people forget about you. You have two bosses, it's pretty easy. One's administrative and the other one's is gonna maintain what he's gonna do.
And I understood that part, but the part that when they're not spraying, reporting for mowing to Harry's shop.
Harry.
That's not a problem, but I think moving what we have over there, and having report to moving noxious weeds, the location and everything, the building, the chemicals and all that.
Chemicals can stay there, like Harry said, that chemicals been down there for years and years. And all they gotta do is when they want it that day, they can go down and pull it.
So all basically we're talking about is when they're not spraying.
When one's not spraying.
When one's not spraying, one's assigned to help out, but when one's not spraying, pulling that person down.
But it's important, I think, to the public to know, hey, this is where this guy is. I can go talk to him. I need this type of chemical.
We'd have two spots in the county that they could go talk to somebody with weed sprayer.
There's no reason why both of them can't do cost shares once they're both trained. You know what I'm saying? Because it's done on a computer.
You know, you'd have two places in the county, does that? But she's got something to say. What are you
The
saying?
only thing I can see a problem with that is having the director, the boss in one place, and their employee in another is a lot of the.
But he has two bosses. The employee has two bosses already. He
Right.
does.
But if this person's going to be under the director of the noxious weeds, your issue is going to be that I keep finding is they don't see their boss every day. They don't know what they're supposed to do, so it causes more issues.
There's a cell phone right there and the boss could talk to the cell phone.
Hey, Al, he's yours today.
I don't see that as an issue. I worked that way a long time. I
The
mean,
only thing I'd say about cost shares and more than one person doing it
on a regular basis. That program, one of the reasons we have that
It's only
program,
one user?
it builds that final report that that person, that director signs off and sends.
You can't merge it?
Report. I don't think there'd be a problem getting two people to do it if necessary. But I would be very cautious about saying this person, you can call here, you can call.
Well, let's find out.
Yeah, because.
But why could not that one do an email to this one? And I mean, then he'd be the one
That physically.
physically puts it in.
In the end, that may be more feasible because in that report is built from that system. And you really want that report to be a one-time go.
Another thing is if there's nothing down there to anybody to buy spray at Prescott anymore, is there? I mean, so if they come up here, they're gonna be buying it when they come to fill out their cost share.
We send them over there, don't we? They do the cost share field over, is it Beechner's over here?
Beechner or Summit Nation.
Mm-hmm.
Blue Mound.
In Blue Mound, there's several places they go to. They take that piece of paper there, right? They don't even take a piece of paper there now. Don't they just email it to
Just
them?
email it back and forth.
See, it's all done with email, so it sounds much better than it used to be.
It is. There's no multiple
Right.
carbon
As
copies.
long as we do our job.
So we want to go ahead and do what David said as far as the noxious weed director or the interview and get it hired.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think so. You?
So they need to be in understanding whenever they ain't spraying, they gotta be mowing. They go out and mow wherever they know it needs to be done.
Right.
Well, they'll know.
Legally.
Nobody's too good to me.
Mowers,
Except for me.
Now, is there ever a time that Todd does not need his second guy to put on a mower? I mean, is that something he needs to,
What second guy?
the guy that's down at
The
Prescott?
second guy has to work with the sanitation because, that's
That's the job.
that's the job.
Okay.
And there's only a couple people down there anyway, so
Okay.
it's important to me.
Well, you're one short.
And we're one short, anyway.
I got one hanging it up here Thursday, see this year,
Who?
Art quit.
Art quit.
So you got advertised?
We have it advertised, but we can't even get the one that was advertised before that,
So you're down two?
or two, yeah.
What are you waiting on?
But it's already up. I tried everything possible to get people in here.
I'm just gonna, the three that played around him, I'm just gonna have them hang up on it and take a piece of it.
Can we get that light up sign out there by Casey's again with job?
It might help.
I'm gonna talk to Chris on that.
So it adds a couple more days to everybody or three.
Day or cut it off of theirs, do a little section in this one. Or I can just send a guy up there and run that blade up there, They're different, John Deere and Cat. We can talk. And John Deere, I don't know about them. I run Cat, John Deere, I ain't one of.
You should have said that. You should have submitted that discussion when we bought those 3 maintainers that time. None of us knew what the hell we were going to buy at the end because it was like the Chiefs game yesterday. We were going to do John Deere and then we were going to do Cat, back and forth to the very end. It was a battle. So, what else is going on in the county? How's your area up there?
Been mowing the crap out of it.
So, remind Sean, because I like to pick on Sean a little bit, that there's, what's the road between Robertson Road and Showalter where Jim Moore lives? It's the first road north.
2250 or something
Yeah.
like that.
There's that little bridge. It's got the wings on it. You wanna know?
That's one issue I see, that some of the bridges that growth gets around them is what I was talking about, taking that boom, bucket and mowing it away, because there's some bridges around.
For 3 weeks now.
There's some bridges around here
Yeah.
that you don't really can't see.
And we had the big log jams there for a few years. Remember the log jams we'd have by the bridges? We still having any of those problems right now?
I got one over here,
Pleasanton.
yeah,
I saw the road grader out taking a look at it and I stopped and talked to him. He's telling me about it.
just grab it and stack it over there on the other side and burn it, I guess.
Yeah.
That's the only one that I know that's got stuff in it.
They're not near like they used, there one year that
They're
they
down
got
county line, yeah. Flooded, broken stuff through there.
underneath there, right, yeah.
So go further.
Send it down to the next guy.
Through the bridge.
Oh, gosh.
Down to Bourbon County.
Give them something to do, I guess. You got anything else for 'em?
I don't know. I mean, it's,
You got anything for us?
I forgot.
We got a dump truck down, you know, yes.
Is it international?
No, Freightliner.
We do too.
same issue.
Truck?
Same issue.
Truck?
I don't know what it is.
Oh.
One of our rear ends is shot. Tore it up.
Dirt in.
All in a
Got
rock.
pipes in there, so dust in there.
Chewed it up.
Dust gets into it.
Out of there, or to the airport, cheated up.
So we have compression to
We
make
drained it,
transmission
just
shift.
teeth come out.
So you tear the whole engine
We've
apart?
been trying for
It's
a
basically,
week and a half to find
Screwed?
part.
so unless we put a loop in it.
Good
I
luck.
don't know when it'll get.
Good job.
That's our oldest one we got?
The oldest Freightliner we got, he's got one cent just like it. Got the black head on it.
That's the one that's down on ours.
Your oldest one.
Yeah. The Freightliner.
Yeah.
So what are we doing about it?
It's setting up there, Kansas City.
They got me the prices on it, I'm gonna bring it to you next week.
He didn't want to put us in
I,
shop.
The other one, we ain't even found parts for it yet, so. Can't,
COVID.
we can tell you a labor cost, but can't tell you a parts cost, because we ain't found parts for
Funny how they can figure out that labor right there.
it.
All right, that's it. Well, I don't have anything.
So I need to get with them about mowing duties to that job description for the director.
I can add it into it,
We'll talk.
because I already have the original.
Probably should have been on there anyway.
You might talk to Chris about getting that sign over to Casey if they're behind on some spots. I think that would help out a lot, maybe, hopefully.
So we're down two guys as far as truck drivers or blade men, then, is what you're saying?
Equipment operators.
Equipment operators.
One up there.
Is there anybody else we're down on? Is that the only two? You need, are you short of anybody else? You're not either? Is Al short of
Sometimes I
anybody?
got too much, sometimes I ain't got enough.
Drive,
He needs to drive.
short term.
That's the way it is.
But if he needs help, all you gotta do is holler. Somebody else done it.
Do you guys ever trade them back and forth much, or is there?
Put the tubes up in his area for him, just, you know, he does work in my area, I do work in his area, type of thing, we're close.
Yeah.
Good.
All right. Thank you guys for coming in.
All right. David, what you got? Anything else?
Nothing else for any action. Just want to remind you, the SEK meeting in Iola is next week on Thursday, the 23rd, which will start, registration starts about 9 that morning, I believe, over at the Bolus Fine Arts Center.
23rd?
Yeah.
That's just the Southeast Kansas.
Yeah, it's the county officials meeting. So it'll go meetings through the morning and then a lunch and probably be done by around 1, I would guess.
I won't be there. I won't even be in the state. I'll be somewhere else.
Sometime vacation, huh?
Nah, I got to see my daughter. Those 2 days.
Good seeing you guys, and make a motion to adjourn.
So I'll second it. Been moving second, all in favor? Aye. You got work to do or something?
Well,
They're always behind.